Oke bro, jadi kita akan lanjutin lagi gamenya. Ibunya gara-gara diapain itu? Kenapa bisa ada di situ? Judulnya masih prima. Oke. Kan segini enak. Oke, kita lanjutin aja. Let's go. Oke, yang tadi siang itu kita cekin tiga lokernya nih. Terus kita bakal ke to join the Navy, but he was rejected. Oh, dia mau masuk ke kayak pelajaran gitu tapi ditolak. Terus ada fragment from institute give for you. Jadi kita bisa masuk ke semua. Oke, di sini banyak tesnya. Ini ada iya salah. Ini terus ini dua, tiga, terus ini dua, tiga, oke, berarti ada tiga. Dua, ini kanan juga 4 jadi 5 kanan juga ini ada letter lawyer help. My dear friend, please allow me to express my disappointment. Ini dari menteri.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
Terus, oh ada ini. Photograph
A
siapa?
photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French
What?
wine, a remarkable vintage.
Dude, kita ke the letter. Oh, cerek.
Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
Kita clear, kita lanjut. Dari dapat apa?
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition.
Martin
A
Hamish.
thesis written by Martin Hamish. A
Let's
glasses case. It is empty. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office.
Aja dulu.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. I am curious if the marble that we found. Here it is. The marble fragment that we found in the Colonial Collection Room is what they have in common.
Yang katanya di rusak.
The seeds of plant species are stored here.
Dulu oh masih tahu
Seed house. Open.
ada ikan.
Good day to you, Miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir, and good day to you too. But
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
Expensive parfum. Parfum mahal. Perfume. Okay.
I'm alone, I'm a broken home. I gave you all the bricks that I own and know. I'm letting go, I'm breaking these
Oh,
walls
sudah.
down, breaking these walls down. If you want adventure, then fly to home. But if you want to travel,
Yes,
then go
a
alone.
theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
If you're gonna leave, I'ma let you
Oh,
go.
yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, Miss. After the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
Kayaknya nih si White, kita panggil aja Miss White aja sih.
Would you happen to know why part of the Colonial Collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Iya.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
Kayaknya
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature.
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious.
Ini itu bohong. Sebelum kita cek baterainya terlalu so Margaret. Oke. Tadi udah trofi kan udah. Itu Margaret White.
Kew Gardens is such an exciting place. Wouldn't you agree?
Ada apa? Saatnya kita find stone plant magnetic. Oh iya. Oke, jadi kita backup street dulu buat panggil si Toby, si anjingnya itu, buat ngacak sama ininya yang perang itu. Kita panggil Toby kita
My analysis table. It is useful for my work.
dari that is of June 14 1899.
That is not the one I need.
Clever defense.
That is not the...
Can I add divine?
Here it is.
Welcome yang
Here
baru
is the
datang.
Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn. This is where I keep my post. Toby. Come on, Toby. We have
Go,
some work for
Toby.
you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. My...
Kita ke New Garden dulu buat si Toby nyium bau-baunya itu. Jadi di sini banget berkasnya cuy. Ini ada yang perceraian, modern atau apa gitu di backup.
Garret.
Garret White. Apa hubungannya sama Valdir itu?
Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
Ini dia. Let's go, Toby. Jadi kalau misalnya pakai topi ini ada yang hijau-hijaunya ini berarti petunjuknya. Tuh amat. Ke sini. Bubur apa tuh?
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found. This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes, a tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
Kita di sini burn. Kita ngobrol sama Albert. Ini
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego.
gue curiga sama si
But
ini.
why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know, but it has always been there.
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently. Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Di bingung ya. Masih Albert.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
And yet I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
Ah, you truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans.
Itu matanya
Although I almost
kenapa ya?
did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Fulfill his.
Excuse me, but I have to tidy up this room.
Jangan suruh ke.
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
Oke. Kita masih ngebawa si Toby.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
Ini tempat apaan? Tes. Suaranya kecil kah? Ini dulu ya. Beri dulu.
The
Dari
Kew Gardens symbol.
guru. Ngomong sama guru.
Good day to you, sir. My name is
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself, I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
Seperti biasa, kita cekin dulu. tahu dia yang bunuh pakai yang deterjennya itu.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Oh,
Green.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
Our God King's name is Triwan, Green Grand
everyone
Mystic.
doing great.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
No. Dia nggak tahu
Do
kenapa dapatnya.
Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there. None. Not worthy there.
What he
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago. And we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our
Kemungkinan dia yang bunuh
sisters for
sih.
the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved. Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
Well, we will leave you to your meditation.
is that. Deadly Bank. Man. Ada 2 pilihan. Operating for all but Deadly Bank. For all. Misalnya aku dulu sih masih belum tahu. Masih belum masih panjang.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of. It is rather delicious, and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
You came to make a donation? Glory to Triwan!
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
Open. Okay.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
Serius banget, tem. Sangat misterius. Bahan kimia.
This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens.
Cuy.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments.
Cuy. Okay.
A vast amount of opium.
Okay, ini udah semua kan? Oh, belum. lagi. Berarti masih ada objek.
Osmosis and
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest. A tropical plant. Nothing of interest.
Pohon-pohon. Kita nyari tanaman ya, Kak? Ini ya.
A tropical plant. A tropical.
Ada yang itu. Nanti
A tropical. A trop. These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
ah, oke, ini udah komplit semuanya di sini. Ini nggak ada ini lagi. Ini sih burn chemical pressnya. Ini nggak bisa nih.
This cap.
Kita berarti ke Baker Street. Kalian balikin si Toby. Jadi dia nungguin di kereta aja kalian. Oke, ya dari situ kita analyze dulu liquidnya.
Let us determine just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
Sudah, Pak.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
Minum nggak tuh?
Bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So, what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
Bakar.
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment and then I shall tell you. I need to take a pipette.
Oh,
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
masih lagi. Ini. Apa ya? Chemical laboratory and masih tahu.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. According to the deadly...
Pilar sih. Jadi karena di pilar kan.
According to the deadly plants...
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes. What should we do next, Holmes?
Ke baru istrinya baru satu sih tadi di engkoh ini nih.
Osmosis.
This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
Kita straight lagi buat eksperimen. Eksperimen sama tanaman ya.
I
Deadly.
imagine that one of these
Yeah.
plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. A carnivorous plant. A prickly plant. This is a strange and unusual plant. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. This plant seems to have had no reaction from the caterpillar.
Berarti ini
It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
nutup.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. This plant
Not
becomes
blind.
inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to have fallen inactive after being disturbed.
Oh,
It closed
okay.
again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is open,
Gue sih
it will
ganteng ya.
reveal a little
Itu
more.
jam udah amat li.
My word! It shot a spike at me after I stabbed it with a pin. I imagined that its reaction would be ferocious if I increased the strength of my attack.
Oke. Oh, atau enggak ini. Hah?
It appears to open. This plant seems to have had no reaction. Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions.
Dan ada baru lagi. Someone stole the before that. Atau ini. Wait. Oke, ada lagi yang baru. But like experience. Which one is really? Kayak kanan. Kan. Ada dua cuy. Karena yang waktu pas pemeriksaan itu di tangan Gigabyte-nya itu merah. Brand. Kita ke Kew Garden lagi. Makin rumit. Soalnya di tangannya si Green Mystic itu ada tanda-tanda kimia gitu. Di Margaret White juga ada tanda merah-merah itu. Kita tanya. Before done that.
Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly, I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
Albert.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious. Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of Lysa something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait. Ah, these Latin names. I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes, he came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Kita tanya ke Margaret White. Masih belum tanda-tandanya. It. The day of the dead.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house.
I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number 320.
Thank you, miss.
Everyone has gone, Holmes. The way is clear.
Tuh. Kena jatuh ya, kayak sakit-sakitan gitu. Tapi ini ke kunci didobrak. Dan dobrak dia kena tuh.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system. The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
These windows were perfectly cleaned.
Oh, gitu. Gotcha.
We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window.
Okay. Mesti
Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. This place serves as Albert's office. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room. The power is on. The engine has stopped. The ventilation system is working.
Muternya jauh banget.
Water.
Now we need to see if we can activate the fans from Mr. Hamish's and Albert's space.
Jadi
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one. We can see the interior of the Colonial Collection Room from this window. This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. How? Water. These flower pots are beautiful. They are intended to be used for exhibition purposes. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
belum.
Dry tropics.
Dia belum.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Bravo. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see when Montague Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
Lakukan Our is not good of good at botany. It's it.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Oke. Kita ke kantor polisi dulu. Bukti kali ya. Seperti itu. Waktunya. Kayak waktu itu. Itu dua di kereta.
A beautiful feather pen of a good make.
Director of Wine and Renting of poster. Okay. Club card.
A membership card for the London Crest Club. This watch is of great value. Locked. Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send a letter round to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
Bisa kah? Bisa jadi dan Hamish. Yang berdatang selamat datang.
Inspector,
Welcome.
I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
Polisi.
Mr. Holmes?
The Holmes. Ada di
Director's office, cloakroom, and director.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house.
apa? Okay.
water lily. According to this,
Holmes, my God!
Yes,
Dibunuh dong.
we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
What should we do next, Holmes?
Didn't harm it.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo,
Club
Watson.
foot.
That is the key element of this case.
Life has become a lot. I find what? Terlalu banyak sih clue-nya.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Oh, baru kita
Let's
ini
analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
Perhatian masih bantu. Around 20 minutes and harvest one spoon. Guardian harvest from This one was in the laboratory until 10:40. Wouldn't it out in the morning? 10 minutes past 10. And 10 minutes past 10. What was in his house? Cover. Then, o'clock. Miss White in the laboratory until 10:40. 40. When she saw Harmis and Albert greenhouse, there. Until 10:40. When she saw Harmis. What was in his house? And he observed. 10 minutes past. And minutes. Terus si Albert di apa Martin Harmis dan Harmis ran to Albert soon he observed. And Martin Harmis and Martin near 2000 past 10 past 9. It was at around 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Then to 10 and Harris Martin after 10 minutes then recommended the trade topic. After 10 minutes then is oh positif 10 minutes then wah anjir. Martin Harmis and Contagion with Albert 2000 at around 9:30 kan. It was at around 20 minutes. Ini berarti kan 20 menit kemudian. Then Amis and Masjid went out. After 10 minutes, the recommended administrator nanti and see armies random American 10:30 and 10:30 Buddhas was in his house 10:10. Ngobrol nih udah kesini gimana sih tapi ini benar oh terus dia ini ketemu apa ini kan sampai sini terus visit house there was 20 minutes when her residents were after 10 minutes into my information and the trade off then Red Office. Misalnya ini kita ganti ini kan Hermit had cooperation with this. Paper. So 60 ke itunya deh 20 menit atau 10 pasti benar. Martin Hermes and ini benar. Oke. Ya dibunuhnya di Mr. Hermes return from visiting toy. Right office. Take out after 10 minutes, then return. Oh ini ya. Ini pantesan nggak ada. Oke. Oke. After 10 minutes. 20 minutes to 10. It was around 20 minutes to 10. Kita ada sabar, it was around 20 minutes. Yeah. After 10 minutes, don't recommend me. Copies. And I'm able to see house. Martin had completed with this. It proceed house. The baby. Mungkin dari kita harus border baby. Kita akan try copies. What in the house? Morning here, sharing television. 10 minutes past 10. I recommend it. Around 20 minutes to 10. 20 minutes to 10. Gila oi. Sabar. Albert was sick in the morning. He was charming straight down for giving 10 minutes past 10. How much time is it? Let me comment. Then yeah. This open this house. Okay. Sampai sini benar. Jadi kan dia ini sekarang kita coba sih ada ke nemen ini. Oke. And the clock Miss White left in the library until 10:40. When she saw her Miss and Albert, Miss and terdelega. Miss ran to Albert here. Miss ran into Albert as soon. I'm trying into Albert or also. One, two. Enter.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door. More than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Pertama, time. Dia harus
Holmes, don't look at me like...
kita main dan kita ke street dulu. Oi. Ya, mulai deh. Oke. Lihat simbolnya.
That is not the one I need. Here it is.
bingung sumpah kasus kali ini. Ini udah berapa clue? 22 banyak lah. Oh jadi itu welcome yang baru datang.
Follow my path, and better you will feel.
Osmosis and photos.
Oh shit. Ini sih termain apa ndah?
Locked. Locked. A very good day to you, my friend. Is Inspector Lestrade in?
I'm sorry, sir, but the inspector's absent at the moment.
Belum ada di itu.
I must admit, it would be rather unusual to use a poisonous plant as a murder weapon.
Ada di Cure Garden. Wah, coba. Mana ya? Banget. Satu doang sih. Jadi ini soalnya ada harmless opportunity. Ini terus kepala puyeng,
Mr. Holmes?
Coba ada sih Margaret nggak?
These young plants must be delicate if they are kept in the nursery.
Cross determine the identity in Hamish. Di situ. Oke. Baik, seperti ini.
Let us summarize. Martin Hay, Miss. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
Keluar dari sini.
Holmes, don't look at me like that.
Ganti itu kayaknya di sini deh.
I don't hear any. Study report.
Ntar hari ini sih ke 3 berapa? 30-an.
Here it is.
320.
Cylinder rec.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
Holmes?
Gimana? And Seperti Martin Ham. Itu. Berarti kita ke daerah kaki. Oh, di situ kita belum banyak ini ya sih. Belum banyak store.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here. A fragment of a flower pot.
Osmosis.
Dulu. Membingungkan.
Oh dear, Toby. I wasn't aware that you were what?
I must admit, it would be rather unusual.
Oh, udah belum.
Halo?
Masuk.
Widih. Halo, guys.
Kita ada kedatangan orang.
Sekarang telepon mereka.
Dia lagi, you know lah kalau lu lihat live gua.
Lu lagi live?
Iya, gua lagi live ini Sherlock Holmes lagi.
Halo, guys.
Bentar lagi tamat nih game. Uyung. Jadi di sini udah lebih banyak kasus, cuy. Maksudnya clue-nya. Jadi saya lagi pusing.
Halo, guys.
Scotland Yard. Divine.
Aku telepon tuh orang.
Harusnya sih harusnya di itu sih.
Underneath. Dasar kebo ya. Anda tukang kebo. Salah begini kameranya. Nah, Anda tukang kebo.
Oh, tadi gua minum janji jiwa, Fit.
Nggak apa-apa, kalau KB mah nggak apa-apa minum janji jiwa.
Dio
Kalau
tadi itu minum yang itu lagi. Kopi yang dari KFC kalau nggak salah.
Ayo bangun aja lu kebobet dah. Gue cuma on bentar doang tak. Tapi entar makanya join Discord dulu, entar gue ceritain kenapa.
Ini dia akhirnya.
A task list for Albert,
Yang join aja dulu.
compiled by Martin Hamish. Sweep out the farmhouse, scrub the toilets, clean the storage shed tools.
Tak, gue mute dulu di Discord saya, kami lagi live.
Holmes, don't look.
Kayaknya bukan itu. Woi, kaki tangan lu siapa sih?
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
Key element. Key element.
The mark around the neck is very...
Atau kita ke sini, kita ngobrol masih engkoh itu.
Follow my path, and better you will fear.
Bukan.
I think I'm gonna maybe you.
This must be Triwan, the Divine Syndicate's god.
Kayaknya gue ada yang ketinggalan. Klub. Udah. Yang masalah klub itu di mana?
You say no. You say yeah.
Yang kaki itu di mana ya? Oh my god.
I think I'm gonna marry you. Oh, catch me.
Yang kaki itu di mana?
I'm gonna marry you. Oh, come on.
Badan ini ya. Coba.
Tapi kan ini udah masuk ke scene.
Itu tadi kemana, Fit? Keluar.
Gua hunting dulu buat besok, soalnya gua besok syuting video klip. Besok gua pergi lagi.
Video klip buat apa anjir?
Tugas UAS.
Oh, tugas UAS.
The traces are... These boot marks are fresh.
Who catch me? Aduh, bisa entah sama gua bisa bangun gak ya? Kok gua takut nggak bangun lagi dah.
Kan tadi sahur lu kagak
Kagak, gua kagak bangun lagi. salah gitu loh. Gue mau tidur, nggak kebangun. Kalau ketiduran pas udah mau gue ketiduran. Entar kalau misalkan gue nggak tidur, entar ngantuk pas gue itu.
According to the
Ini ada yang bisa diekspor sih. Ini itu oke Fortnite. Muter-muter. Dan ini water tank. Bukan. Ini nggak bisa water tank.
He said, I look in your eyes, just a baby, I think I'm gonna make you. He said, I love
Wih, di mana lagi? Determine the identity of Martin Harmis. Ini oh ini adalah langsung aja pilih jawabannya. Oke, cantik-cantik ngebunuh ya.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that we'll find Miss White here?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind. Quiet.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular.
Mungkin hari ini gua bakal tamatin sih.
Always been a mystery to me, but she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
Iya.
Holmes, Good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
It is difficult to care about someone who is capable of pushing a man to his suicide. It is over, Miss White. The police will be here any minute.
Over, perhaps. One moment you were here, and the next, you were on the other side.
The other side? No! Stop! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Astaga. Racun itu cuy.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Ya, telat.
This is tragic.
Are you able?
I'm afraid not.
Replay ending. Jadi nggak sempet. Samakin si itunya cuy, biar dia nggak minum racunnya itu.
But Holmes,
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting
Yo.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what...
I beg you not to do this.
Allah.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Nah, waktu begitu. Oh,
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? Did you just save me? Or worse?
gue foundnya dua-dua. Oke, kayaknya ini bakal last investigation and last mission for game Sherlock Holmes Crime and Punishment.
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have. Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner?
Okay.
How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet. They...
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu.
Oke,
Mouth.
description-nya apa ini ya?
Right. We, the secret police of Baker Street, invite you, Sherlock Holmes, and Dr. Watson to our annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad. Is this a joke?
Not at all. Pray continue.
Kayaknya aku bikin sini cuma
Main
gitu
course,
aja.
sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's way. Ah, sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes is my brother, Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
Anda siapa ya? Wih.
They took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Oke.
We have to help him.
And forget about
Jadi
the
kita
dinner.
bakal
Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic,
menentukan
Mr.
kebenaran
Holmes.
buat kakaknya si Wiggin ini biar kenapa kakaknya Wiggin ini nggak ngebunuh.
Very well.
Kalau nggak, guys.
Sabar. Live mission soalnya.
Aku udah nunggu dari pagi tadi.
Nah, kita ke mana?
Ini pasukan lu, Be. Iya, ada orang-orang lain gitu.
Di oh gitu ya, udah lebay.
Oke,
Tapi kayaknya entar dulu deh.
Ya, ayo.
Sabar nih, gue mau
kita Half Street dulu.
Nah, ya.
Astagfirullah. Iya, yo. Better place for you and for me.
Gue tamatin game ini terasa big brain sumpah.
Mantap.
Udah mau tamat.
Ya dikacangin.
Kacangin lah. Kayak double hit. Panturan Vito dulu. Kok malah fitin unfriend.
Ye.
Ini kemana nih?
Locked. Locked.
Berarti kita harus ke arah sana. Terus ini.
Locked.
Berarti kita harus ke kiri. Gelap banget. Buset.
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements that speak for themselves.
Of course, Mara. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were 2 other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that
Turner.
over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
In a better place for you and for me.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your
Ayo
testimony.
main.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing
gitu ya.
now.
That is correct.
Ngambek.
But I saw
Abah,
the
gue
2
tuh sedang
victims slowly
berkonsentrasi.
enter Half Moon
Widih.
Street, and then shortly after, the
Di,
fireworks
apa
started.
nih Leo
A
Tamfan?
few minutes after that, the fellow Chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries.
Ya udah gue
and
buka
police
Valorando
whistles on
tapi
the other
bentar,
side
gue
of
mau
Half
lanjutin
Moon
tugasnya
Street.
dulu.
I rushed over there and I saw the 2 dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by 2 police constables.
Oh gitu ya.
Did you
Baik,
hear
baik.
the shots?
Parah be,
Shots.
lagi main juga si KB.
The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
Bisa sabar
What were the fireworks in honor of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Ah, yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me.
Kita kepala tembakan.
The bullet struck his head.
Tembak
This
sih.
man didn't stand a chance.
Oh, kunci. Kunci apa nih?
This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
Oh. Piece of wood.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look. This shard of wood is quite new.
Astaga kan, gue lupa nyalain exit light-nya. Sosi.
Oke, yang satu laginya. Dia mati gara-gara
He tried to
Leo,
stop
the
the bleeding
bleeding.
with his hand.
Yeah, that
But
was
it
not
was
extra.
not in.
Gara-gara lu kan, jadi gue pengen exit light.
The bullet penetrated his stomach.
Emang.
A dreadful wound.
Aja lu.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vicotti must have done some time there. Brian Vicotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
Turner.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. Well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
Oke, sebelum itu
She's
kita
so
mari
beautiful. That time I feel.
investigasi.
Aduh, aku butuh makanan untuk mengerjakan ini.
Quick light. Okay. Using button for life. Middle. War veteran. Oh. Veteran ya.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard 2 gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw 2 bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
Were the 2 shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment.
Ada teks tuh bagian sini ya.
Mr. Turner,
Yang kayak
what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return.
Aduh ya.
Close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
Oke, kita ada clue 1. Dark window di corner view. Oke. Terus different shot to victim. Oh enggak. Oke, berarti baru 1 clue doang. Terus ini si
I'll do
Begin.
anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
Oke, kita akan selamatin saudaranya.
Siapa nih invite?
Nggak jadi, salah, lupa pakai akun itu.
This mirror is turned towards Half Moon Street.
Akun sesat.
Holy Powell.
Nggak juga.
Mrs. Powell.
Nggak juga sih sebenarnya.
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a
Wih,
young
apaan
man
tuh, Oi?
ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman
Dika mana, weh?
should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure.
Iya dah.
You know,
Yang following
what
dia
with the
SSD.
fireworks?
Kalau nggak salah ini 2 orang dibunuh ini gara-gara kan yang kembang api. Karena kembang api seharusnya kan suaranya gede. Mungkin gara-gara suaranya gede kembang apinya, jadi pembunuhnya itu nembak 2 orangnya itu.
Did you see anyone else
Mungkin
leaving
biar nggak kedengeran tembakan.
prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
Itu aja.
Mr. Benar lagi.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
Wait.
That is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Merritt stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment to tell you
Itu
the
kan
truth, sir.
Eltek.
Allow me to form my
Eltek
own
bisa
theories,
diretas.
Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you have
Eltek.
from your window?
Yang tadi Mama bilang,
Not at all, Mr. Holmes.
lacak barang
Please,
hilang.
follow me.
Eltek yang ini loh.
Jadi kita ke
Jadi katanya itu bisa diretas.
ini rumahnya Mr. Turner kayak gini.
Tapi ikut enggak?
Tahu lu orang lagi main juga lu.
Enggak. Nanya doang atuh.
Cuy, gua defend dulu ya.
Iya.
Kita lanjut.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
Fire.
The papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here. These words are illegible. The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago. So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
Anything else you would like to know, Mr. Holmes?
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
Okay. Table, sweeping.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table.
Saya motong-motong yang kertas gitu loh pakai pisau.
The paper. A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims. The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
Nah. Bed. Ini satu dibangun. Jadi apa? Ini bangun pakai tongkat. Dia buka jendela. Ke jendela ya kayak item gitu, buang ke bawah. Oke. Oh.
No, it didn't happen this way. No, it didn't happen this way.
Bangun. Buka bawah put
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
Book.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel concealed inside a book. A bracelet with a unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era. Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
Oh.
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes. Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet, I saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
Jadi gitu apa?
It would be my...
Jadi itu kita ke kantor polisi dulu buat interogasi.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings. Nothing particular, Mr. Holmes.
Thank you, Lestrade.
Mr. Holmes, what is the trouble?
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say. It's all a mistake.
Calm down, Leighton. I have come here to help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
Buset, dia ditunjuk-tunjuk. Foto sama. Ini sama sih.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun. but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do. Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it. And then I followed the third man.
Interesting. Pray, continue.
I turned a corner, and I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen seconds. But I kept running forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man. Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark, and he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
Mr. Holmes.
I'm all.
Please believe me, Mr. Holmes. I'm not a killer.
Itu doang tuh.
Mr. Holmes? So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon. It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder. It seems that a cheap watch, bought with his own money, no doubt. These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco, nothing interesting. Two out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots.
Nembak. Thank you. Ada di pintu version. Double murder. Ya.
Please believe me, Mr. Holmes. I'm not.
Oke, kita ke break dulu. Kita langsung nemu sih. Tapi masalah kenapa dia ngambil senjata atau itu punya senjatanya dia gitu. Yang tadi
That is not the one. That is that is that is that is that 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 is that is that that Here it is.
Ada
I
di
need to continue my research in my archives. Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
Jadi apa dia?
Mr. Butler's key matches the lock perfectly.
Jadi pakai.
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor.
Betul.
The ram's heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 Rams of Mittelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft. It looks as though Mr. Butler kept a careful record of his operations.
Nvidia iPhone 6.
Crampons and a sharp ice axe would only be brought here by a mountaineer.
Samanya masih si itu sih, makanya si Wigin.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
A fairly long pole with a forked end. I am unable to see any higher. I need to find something to lift my lamp. This should be useful.
Jadi kan
This is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
I'll do anything to save my brother, Mr. Holmes.
It would be my
Locked. Locked.
Such a young man, and already a...
That's why it's better to stay at home at night.
It would be my pleasure to assist you with your investigation, Mr. Holmes.
I'm always wondering what's on your mind, Holmes.
Locked.
I'm all...
Locked. Locked.
Pusing juga ya. Lagi nih di catatannya itu masih ada satu orang lagi. Terus
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
nyuri cuy. Dia bantuin si
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
Understood. I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
Jelek banget sih.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
Oke, bagian ada di pouch. Ini dulu.
This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks. These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
Ngobrol lagi nih.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Constable Marrow,
Malah
Watson, I
penasaran
would like to
sama
perform
polisi ini ya.
another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can. This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there?
I should try climbing faster.
I can barely see anything. Holmes? Are you there? Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
This is the back door of the building with the attic floor that you required, Mr. Holmes.
These shards of glass are from the window above. It's empty.
Jacket.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. It's... Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket. We can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch.
Udah berapa ini? 3 jam. Baru 4 jam. Oke. 3 jam 24 menit.
Let us take a closer look. It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
Datang. Soalnya di sini kurang satu orang lagi nih.
Look here, lad. You'd better go home and start thinking about what a fine pickle your brother's landed himself in.
Ha! But he'll be free tonight, 'cause he's innocent.
Don't be daft, lad. It's a closed case. It would be my pleasure to assist you.
Mr. Holmes, did you see my brother at Scotland Yard? Is he all right?
Such a young man.
Locked.
Ini lagi. Kawan, serius amat kawan, semangat kawan. Gue lagi pusing nih, bat. Ini kasus terakhir, bat.
I wish this crime had never happened, Mr. Holmes.
Jangan lagi apa sih? Scotland. Kita belum ketemu satu orangnya itu.
Mr. Holmes.
Tell our friends that I'll be fine.
Di pojok ada sesuatu nih. Ini di pojok ada sesuatu. Bangun lagi. Pokoknya sih itu ngobrol lagi sama si Wiggins. Benar.
Mr. Constable, why did you become a constable?
Why? Because I wanted to serve Her Majesty, that's why.
And what about serving the people like us?
What? Your sort are the plague of London. Be quiet now.
terus.
It would be my pleasure to...
I'll do anything. Two lovely black eyes. Oh, what a surprise. Only for telling a man he was wrong. Two lovely black eyes.
Oh, I've just about had enough of this. Shut up! It would be my...
Kalau kita terus-terusan ini setiap datang situ sini beda bikin sama si itunya.
I'll do any...
I suppose that I shall have...
Juga doang. Ini lagi kali.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal, a very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
Di subuh jam subuh lah ya, very early morning.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
And this is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. Duval Brothers, a well-known traveling circus that is currently stopped in London. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Aye, you.
Iya, peran terakhir.
Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off. You're a bit slow to catch... You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost. You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
Mereka discuss. Jadi kita ini biarlah dipakai ya.
I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this. I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this. Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion. Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this.
Jadi ini gimana? Oke.
highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like this. I highly doubt.
Ended kah?
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion.
This is any. Don't have.
I highly doubt that a lockpicker would wear an outfit like. Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. I don't want to arouse suspicion.
Bisa na.
Spectacles are unpopular among thugs. Spectacles are unpopular. I'd better wear a shabby hat.
Ini.
I'd better wear it.
Lebih.
I'd better wear.
Lebih.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Oh, thank God, Holmes. I can't get used to your disguises.
Thank you, Watson. That means I am ready to go.
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. and I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
Kita explore dulu.
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
So, everything is here, just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls.
Barrel.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside. There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out. This wooden... The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder.
Gunpowder buat senjata.
The barrels are roughly clustered. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
Penyerang terakhir. Hmm.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley. I need to find out.
Project become. Nggak ada apa-apa.
Charles Foley is inside the marquee.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
Salah.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me? Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Osh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
Nothing here.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures. This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
Pick lagi.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it. Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard... So, that's... What a surprise! Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door. This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This door leads to a kitchen. which holds the shortest route to the back door. This chair is very solid and well made. This should be useful.
Useful for what?
The door is now blocked. The door is now blocked. I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached. I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful. I wonder what this old
Interesting.
What a surprise. Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape. This is the perfect place to set a trap. The door is now... A simple but rather attractive bead necklace. This should be useful.
Oh, itu ya. Oke.
One
Ini
step
kalung itu
on
loh.
these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined. Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police. The thieves won't attempt to escape through the front door if the police are right behind it. That is quite a heavy cupboard. This works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
Coba set trap gitu.
This hatch leads to a cellar. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here... This should be useful. This hatch leads to a cellar.
Enggak itu. Apa? Buat
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall. If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down. The door is now blocked. This should be used.
pakai karpet biar jatuh gitu loh.
Now, it's not an open. I should. Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Okay, the moment of truth.
Police! Police!
Stop where you are!
Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
How so?
Oh, you sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you,
Kakaknya kalau
but you
nggak
should be pleased to know that you have served our queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
Oh,
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon.
iya bener. Ini saudaranya.
Don't move, you flim-flammer.
Nah, kasus ditutup. Ini sudah.
Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were standing next to Vercotti when Butler fired at your accomplice. The jeweler missed him, but they proceeded to kill each other with simultaneous shots. Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill. I shall inform Inspector Lestrade of that fact, so your sentence should be the lighter.
You are a fine gentleman, with your fake pity.
I do what I think is right. It is never due to pity. Farewell, Foley. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street.
Kita ke tempat monsternya atau ke tempat polisinya. Oh, itu di sirkusnya.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs. Honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street. And all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost, but ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
When people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can be no civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't
Kira
create 10
buat
more merry men by
merry men.
arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbor. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly
Itu
has
saudaranya,
requested the use of our spare room to place all of her
kakaknya kalau nggak salah ya.
boxes.
Kakaknya si Holmes itu
What?
bikin
a lady?
ini Merry Men ya. Oh, this is the end. Tadi pun iya yang izin pertama dibunuh di tempat itu. Gila sih tuh Mr. Turner. Terus ini yang mana nih, lupa ini yang mana, ini yang kereta. Oke. Gila sih. Di game ini kita harus big brain, sumpah. Merah itu salah ya. Benar, tiga salah. Jadi dekat sini 3 benar 3 salah, jadi seimbang lah ya. Gimana ya game ini ya? Seotak sih. Beneran dah ini game yang game pertama kali yang bikin gua harus big brain sumpah, harus mikir keras. Ini seru. Ya di sini kita salah dua yang salah. Yang ngebingungin di bloodbath sih. Di sini. Terus yang di terutama yang di kayak kecil gitu mau ngambil golden knife harus pakai dua karakter. Pertama pakai si Sherlock Holmes nya, yang kedua pakai si Dr. Watson ya. Oke guys, sekian. Oke guys, sekian dulu untuk game ini. Dari awal sampai akhir game harus big brain gitu. Dan game harus big brain pak. Oke, see you.